Everybody, hello. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. As you can see, we got the 3D printer going. Printing slime gores, chat. I don't have the filament yet to do the slimes, and once I do, I will start the process of putting them up on the website. So I hope everybody is excited for that. For now, though, let's play some Disgaea. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I know how this works. Oh, hey, look! 25! Nice! Alright, so this should... Perfect. Alright, let's see how everybody's doing right now. Planer's still dead. Sir John Herod. Blown. And we definitely don't have enough money to restore everybody. Oh, I can claim a prize. Star Orb. 100 SP. Okay. We're gonna do some item world grinding, I think. I remember, I think it was Monsoon was talking about, like, doing low-level stuff. Which one's the invincibility? Okay. What the hell is that? Alright, so the purple is the one I have to break. Can't feel my bones. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think she would live through it, is the problem. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I have an idea. Move you there. Now lift me. Throw me there. And then it's gonna lift this geo symbol and throw it. There we go. Bed is very comfy. I'm glad your bed is comfy. I'm sorry that you can't feel your bones, though. Hell Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Look at all that bonus experience. That was different from what I intended. Ooh. I mean, hey, as long as you're happy with it, that's what matters. Alright, so green has invincibility. I think this one I'm just gonna... I think for this one, I'm just gonna focus on the beatdown. And then Scion. Reggie. Like, this guy is gonna die before it gets to Reggie's turn, but... well. Alright then. I have my Discord open to see it. Can we get a Van double Alyss attack? Got 50% chance on both Alyss and an 80% chance combo with Raven. Oh yeah! It's like a triple Alyss combo! Alright. Let me finish my moves and then I will look at what everybody is sending me. Okay, that's one, and then that is interesting. You really like that. My Twitch is not happy today, neither is mine. Mine's never happy when I play Disgaea. Can Van get up there though? No? Okay. Well, at least put Van there. There we go. Oh, is he? Is he invincible? Okay. Everyone back up. Uh, 40 speed. Yeah, and that's probably gonna be my best bet. Yep, welcome to a Disgaea fucking stream for some reason. Nope, nope, it's Disgaea. Move her here. Oh, that should go simple. Oh, god damn it. Oh, okay. I don't even know what the fuck is causing it. Hold on. Alright. I can't deal with this guy. I cannot deal with the fucking lag. It's so bad. The lag is so fucking bad. I really want to play those games too. I'm genuinely enjoying them. It's like the only way I'm going to be able to do them though is if I can go back to my old 2-computer setup. So we gotta find something else to do. Oh well. Oh well, adapt and overcome. That's how we do it in the House Sable Pub. Game dev stream? Yeah, that might be the way to do it. Let me reopen my YouTube. Ah, fuck, of course. Of course, of course. I really wish I could just reopen all of my closed tabs. Ow. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna end back up. We have returned to YouTube. Alright, so chat, what we're gonna be doing now is we are swapping over to some game dev. Yeah, I saw a couple of I saw a couple of your a couple of the videos you were watching. I saw one where you were doing what was it, Godzilla Red Meat or whatever. No, Reggie's told me about it. Minecraft conspiracy YouTubers are so fucking what? You're gonna have to explain this to me, Grizzle. What the fuck did you just say to me? What are these words that came out of your mouth just now? Need some lo-fi that vibes with me. Set this. Y'all know I fuck with the Digimon lo-fi. Go watch Mr. Illustrated's SCP-001 when Daybreak's continuation. Minecraft and conspiracy in the same sentence feels so odd to me. Let's watch a video titled "Searching for a Player That Doesn't Exist." Take yourself so seriously while pretending to access secret government files through Gmail and YouTube. Oh, I get what you mean now. Definitely that one server that had classified military documents. Wasn't that like Thug Central or whatever? Didn't Russian Badger talk about that? Y'all can hear the lo-fi, right? Thug Shaker Central. Like, what the fuck? Thug Shaker Central. Who the fuck names a Minecraft server that? They weren't real classified CIA files? I don't know how to break this to you. A lot of what people make is fake. Oh, Miku, how I wish I could give you head pets. Alright, where the fuck is RPG Maker? Oh god, I forgot I need my other computer. Because I can't fucking open everything at once. Thug Shaker Central. Sorry, Admiral, you have to move. For those who don't know, if you ever hear me referring to the Admiral, the first test print of the slimes, for the adoptable slimes, is named the Admiral. People would never lie. You know what? You're so right, Miku. Lying doesn't exist. Alright, time to figure out my setup so that I can have a computer set up with all of my data. Un momento, por favor! Yowie, I'm sorry, the presidential Yowie? What the fuck? I look away for 3 seconds? Yowie is famously in the Epstein files. I choose to believe in both the horse and Clinton because it's the funniest outcome. I choose to believe that Bubba was just Bill Clinton in a horse costume. I think that's the funniest outcome. Right, back to finding RPG Maker. It's here somewhere. There's email suggesting that Trump gate. Yeah, no, that I'm aware of. I am an unfortunate level of aware of all of that. I don't. So here's the thing: I don't really talk politics on my channel because A, I am uninformed. I am not a what's the best way to put it? I am not a political person. Like I have my things that I consider important, especially trans rights. Like, I don't know the finer points of economy. I just know that if we're not paying $1,000 for eggs, we're doing something good. I don't understand foreign policy that well. That's a me thing. And I've tried to get more aware of the political side of things, and unfortunately, it just don't stick in my brain. Like, it's like throwing, like, oh, what? It's like throwing a rubber ball against a wall. It's not gonna stick. It doesn't stick. I've tried. I still try. But here's what I do know. Trump apparently gave head to Bill Clinton. I don't know. The only politics I care for is Leopardmon propaganda. Excuse me, I prefer Betamon propaganda. Betamon is best boy. I actually have a print file saved that I need to do at some point. That is just called, call it, put tape on the ball? What? Yeah, propaganda. I have a 3D print file saved named Best Frog Boys, and it's just a Bulbasaur and a Betamon. Oh, I get it now. Hi, Lilith. I prefer Piedmonic Spampton. When I care enough about politics, they're running for mayor and becoming the first VTuber politician, so no one steal that from me, please. This is my OC politician plan. Do not steal. The tape won't really work, Lilith. Soundwave for president. Setting law, let me become a judge, eventually which could lead me to taking public office, and then from there, who knows? I'd vote for Raven. I'd vote for Raven. I feel like Raven's got a good enough head on his shoulders. Why are you pulling a gun on me, Lilith? We both know I'm just gonna tell you to fucking shoot. We both know it. Terrible idea, really. I agree. Pulling a gun on me is a terrible idea. No, he's not. He's not. He's too young. He's got to be too young. I refuse to believe that MatPat is older than me. You did not, Lilith. I refuse to believe that MatPat is older than me. MatPat is older than me. MatPat is 7 years older than me. Okay. Yeah, he's 39. Which means he can run for president. Yep. That's what I just did. I just Googled it myself. I don't like this anymore. Chad, I don't want this to be a thing. MatPat is unk status, sorry to say. Oh. This is not an ideal setup for this. There's gotta be a better way I can set this up. Or where's my job? Give me the phone as a 1-year anniversary of working there. Guess what phone I was given? Apple iPhone 4. I don't know. Yeah, this setup ain't gonna work for me. All right. Samsung 25 Ultra, $1,300 phone. Nice. Gotta get a new phone at some point. Let's see. So I was up to passives. I was doing the green mage pound or passives. Did I finish those? Lightbringer, Aether Balance, Poison Resistant, Bathed in Light, and Reactive Healer. So chat, for context of what I'm doing, I am currently I'm creating passive things that you can purchase on your class. Guardians next, okay. So like these are literally just things you can they're just passive abilities that you can keep on your character. You got fast recovery, shield, obsidian shield, yeah, wall, and natural restoration, which I think I just turned into. No, wait, no, Guardians have a secondary version, that's right. So, two. And for context chat, I have 2 different like sheets I'm going between. That's why like I'm doing them the way I am. Oh, it's 24. The active wall is 33.7. Oh, that's a high level one. And I forgot to put this one in. Set numbers 3 and 4. Give me 1 second, chat. For those who are curious about what Raven is sending me, I am helping Raven with a project. I will not give any further theory, or not theory, any further info, because it's not mine to give. Let's see. That's just a theory. A veto theory. Thanks for watching. Should be more like thanks for voting. if you wanted, you could show number 2. It's not mine to show, that's the thing. On the front lines, has raised your response to story. ES parameter? No, SP parameter. Recovery effect 102. Apparently Grizz has fallen into the 6-7 cult. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The problem is that Grizz likes to say things ironically. As I know, from personal experience, when you start saying shit ironically, it becomes unironic and you can't get rid of it. A lot of my like verbal tics, like how I say bet or ace, those are like I ironically was just copying my brother, and eventually that became it. That became it. That was it. So. Let's see your shield. This one is a cover flag. I still find myself saying Pingus under my breath quite often. Imagine saying something often. Let's see, Obsidian Shield. Parameter. Artifact. Ah, reactive wall. This is the counter rate one, I think. Yeah. No wonder this one costs so much. Welcome back, Ironbug. Very digi-brained right now. Destiny will have my soul starting Tuesday. I take it there's a Destiny thing starting Tuesday. HP regen 1. I do need to do the land. Let's see, your new expansion? Okay. And it's Star Wars themed? I love Star Wars. How do I want to work this one? And I still enjoy the game. Hey, there ain't no hate from me. If you like Destiny, you like Destiny. Anyone who ever tells you that you shouldn't enjoy Destiny is a psycho. I am a firm believer of if you're not hurting anybody and you're not doing anything illegal, fun. What are you laughing about, Cody? Nah, you're fine, Ironbug. You're fine. Let's see. Where is my... Okay. Alright, so this is the one I have to... Guess who? I have no idea. Be anyone. Cody, I know a lot of people. I don't know who. It happens, Ironbug. It happens. Found you while searching music on YouTube. Interesting. I'm glad I came up with under music. Oh, okay. What's up, CJ? Okay. This is the one that kind of annoys me. So chat, initially I had set up for I had initially wanted to set up like archetypes for all the classes. Unfortunately, I have found out since then that I cannot do it the way I wanted to. There's not really a better alternative. So unfortunately, I have to repurpose every archetype I set up. Wait, I remember. Jamming to some good music. Nice. I am too. Nice lo-fi Digimon. Because, you know, I'm just obsessed. And I can admit that. There's a non-zero chance that when I set up my stream, like when I initially started streaming, if slimes weren't so on my mind, I don't think I would have been a slime tamer. I think I would have been a Digimon tamer as my starting stuff. Which is funny because I was gonna start streaming with Digimon Survive, but that was more I set up my stuff and then decided on my game as opposed to setting up my or choosing my game and then setting up my stuff. Or manipulation of wind magic. Unparalleled. Above what many others can do. Geomancer? Oh wait. Sounds good. Enjoy your music. One more thing I want to send you. It's a work in progress. I'm more than happy to see it. I gotta pull up my... This is 11? No, 9. And Earth magic is 10. And then we have Hydromancer, which is 8. Now we have Pyromancer 4. Biblically accurate robot. Yeah. I feel like giving I need a name for an electro, like an electric based mancer. Electricity based mancy. Called Electromancy. It's so fucking lame. A bunch of buddies via more. Hell yeah. That Electromancy is such a lame fucking name. And then types electric is 5. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, in Heroes of Essia, I just have Aeromancy as like storm magic, so it includes electric, but in this I want it to be separate. Ironbug mood. Brains are considered biological computers. Therefore, walking into a room and forgetting why you entered is brain lagging. Yep. Learn requires skill. Yeah, I think that'll be the way to go. Let's see, Red Mage.
emotional damn.
All right. I'll do that in a second. What's up, CJ? Let's see. Firebolt. 201. 205. Got 209. Might have an echo? Chat, do I have an echo? Chat, am I echoing? Air shot. Okay. All right. Well, that's a thing to address. I wonder why I'm echoing like that. CJ, is it possible that you just have me up on YouTube and on Twitch still? I might have figured it out. I can't speak for certain, but something tells me. It wouldn't be the first time someone's done it. It definitely wouldn't be the first time someone's had me up on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Now, unfortunately, that's all the fucking passive right now that Red Mage gets. Echo was like, yep. Well, I'm glad you figured it out. All right, on to the rogue. We've got ambusher, active, thief, dungeon crawler. Yes. Oh wait, actually no, I might not be able to do thief anymore. Hold on. Because I came up with thief when I was using my own stuff. Daemon got love in the TCG. That's rare. Hmm. Oh no, I'm debating how I would get this one class to work. I also realized I never swapped my screen over, which actually works out in my favor. I'm gonna do some testing real quick. Fuck. No, I can't even put that on. Okay. Oh. Okay, well, never mind. Guess we're getting rid of that archetype. Well, not archetype, but we're getting rid of that code. That's fine. 4 is fine by my standards. Gotta wait for Diaboro X and Ogudo X to complete the whole thing. Give the class everything but shit stats. What do you scale off of? Yes. No, Thief is a, So Thief, what it was initially supposed to be, is when the code runs for stealing, it was supposed to give you a buff. I suppose I could just... Yeah, wait, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. I can still use the code. No, I might be dumb. It's like literally right here, there's a... Steal rate plus 20%. Could Thief steal stats? No. No, they just steal items and gold. There is a way to set it up where you can steal skills, though. Fun fact. Unfortunately, because of how I've coded skills, that won't work. Because so there's this problem. So in RPG Maker, enemies do not naturally have levels. In one of the plugins I use, they gain levels, but you still can't call that level off of... You still can't call that level off of the formulas. So when I do my formula, like for Mana Jolt, which has magic attack plus magic attack times level, if I give this to an enemy, I have to write out this level part and come up with like, oh, you know, I expect this enemy's average level to be, you know, 3. You know, oh, I expect this enemy's average level to be 7. So I have to take that level and change that. Could the gambler wager stats in order to steal them from an enemy? I'm sure someone who is better at coding than me could figure it out. Yeah, I put... Okay. Unfortunately, I am not hyper great at coding. Fucking hell. The rogue really has some high level stuff. Let's got Thief. The players wager actual US currency as the gambler. I know where I can get a gotcha mechanic, I'm just not putting it in. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, because it's not JS code, so I wouldn't be able to be like, oh, add, you know, user.level or whatever. Ironically, a gotcha theme skill for the gambler would be funny. It technically is. Like, the gambler skill technically is gotcha. Because, like, so the gambler, you use bet, okay? So the gambler has bet, and that is your only skill as the gambler. You learn these other stuff, but bet is the only one you have. And when you use bet, you put money, like your in-game currency, into the skill. And based off of your luck, how much money you bet, and a fucking rolling system, you get to, or you activate a skill also based on what you own. You should include gotcha visuals. What, like all the attacks should be anime waifus? Is that what you're telling me? You rolled a pair, so you should get a pair of twins who just come out and kick the shit out of someone. No, I have an idea for what I want to do with the. I have an idea for what I want to do with this one, and I have another. There's an advanced class for the gambler called the Hustler, and so I have roll the dice and loaded dice. The attacks should be anime waifus. Slot machine system? No, it's a poker system. It's, you know, 5 card. So the Hustler has rolled the dice and loaded dice. And I debated making it so that based off of the dice you roll, like based off of whatever results you get, it does a different skill. Might still go back and do that. I don't know. But if I do that, I'm gonna have to readjust some things. At the moment, I just have them doing a bunch of math. Chat, I will be right back. You tell him, Miku. Skeleton in my closet will not be happy. Alright, chat, seriously, why didn't anyone tell me the music was so quiet? Like, y'all couldn't hear it at all. I had to put my phone to my ear for it to be audible. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Yeah. Raise preemptive. I should probably make sure this does exactly what I think it does. Okay, so it is exactly what I think it is. Good. You're basically crashing out to notice music. Fucking mood. Imagine crashing out. Literally skeleton, like skeletons now. God, no wonder this one has such a high fucking equip cost. Dungeon crawler. Parameter. Floor damage 50%. And then the assassin. What am I doing? It's the first one. A hardware store, a cool walk away. I can go get the bug spray and lighters right now. And what are you going to do with it? All right, next up is warrior. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, if anyone has questions about my game, let me know. Swashbuckler. Natural restoration. Oh yeah, I could literally just... And then... Axe Master, and I'm literally just gonna copy in my code and hope to fuck it works. Help my coworkers stage an Agni Kai. What Digimon armor would you want? Like, which armor Digimon? Or just which Digi-Egg? Let's see. That's 2, 3, and that's 5. Legit armor like Gallant Mon. Oh! Chaos Gallant Mon. Not surprised in the slightest. Of course not. Why would you be? That would just be silly. I forgot to fill in all these. Swashbuckler. Natural Restoration already did. And then those are all, okay. So it's just Swashbuckler. Got it. Let's see. Evasion and counter rate are both increased by 5. And then your attack goes down by 5%. Does Mommymon have armor? No, she has a dress. Because I'm assuming you're talking about Lilithmon. I'm not busty enough. I was gonna say Sakuyamon or Kazuhamon. Kuzuhamon. But women in armor? There are women in armor. Look up Minervamon. Kuzuhamon, Sakuyamon. There's a few. You know, I've actually debated getting an armor costume before, but I was like, nah. I'm not an armor person. Oh boy, it's another one of the fun ones. 3. Wait, what? Let's see. Element status. Great. There we go. Damage versus forest trait. Nothing but bones. Bones, 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 bones! I can never do that voice on command. Up next is Way of the Coast. We're gonna change that to water. Way of the Bog. Welcome to the one exception to the water. Yes, Way of the Bog would work on Trek. Summit. The Tundra. And Way of the City. Nice and easy. Got a Hunter's Focus. And Vampire Hunter. It's actually kind of funny to me that Way Warden has like the most passives, I believe. It's, if not Way Warden, it's very close. You know, Way Warden. Let's see, Hunter's Focus. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. However, this one does have a really bad detriment. Treat your body be resistant to life, but less receptive to healing effects. Oh man, I can't wait to go through and make sure that all of these are on the thing. I do the green mages. New. Alright. So I open my notepad. Did I really mess up the blue mage like that? Hold on. Okay, no. No, okay. Good. Whew. Thought I messed up the blue mage. This one. So the Guardian ones, which are 100, 1, 202, 203, 204. Rogue. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Here. 34, 235, 236, 7, 38, and 239. Run away with them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 250, 1, 2, 3, 4, 255. All right. That's the green mage. I did a guardian. Now we do the red mage. Let me grab the rogue. Yeah, this is the most I've worked on this game in the last like 2 days. Grab the warrior. Then we grab the way warden. Let's do a quick test. I'm gonna redo that screen. Alright, so first off, I already know I have the apothecary and stuff. Gotta figure out why that's there. You know, we're figuring that out now. Hold on. Alright, now it shouldn't be there anymore. I'm going to assume it's just because I have to reset the save file. Fine. The blue mage I know is good. Actually, no, gambler I also know is good. So green mage. Skill, learn. That's not good. Well, these are all showing. Guardian. Red Mage. Yet again. All I can think of is a skeleton being used as scaffolding for a robot. I mean, that's just what people are. I don't like that. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with this spacing. Let's see, warrior. And Waywarden. Why do all of these say requires lasting heal? I'm gonna have to check that too now. Alright, so first the fuck off. What the hell? These should all say 285. Oh, I'm gonna fix the reptile bane because that doesn't have something it's supposed to. Yellowphobic motherfucker. Soon we will all be bones. Alright, and then also for the green mage. Yep. But I fucking figured. I want that one at 165. I want to widen my screen a little bit. $19.20, that's $9.60. Just going through this real quick. What undead monster would you want to see as a playable race? I don't really know, because like for me, a lot of undead. I mean, like I enjoy playing as undead. I think it's funny because you can get away with a lot. But your players have to know about. Plus, I'm from Pathfinder. They're mostly playable other than like ghosts. You're the level one. Oh wait, no, you're not who I want. This isn't the class I want to level. Alright, so advanced is gone. I don't like this. This did fix the requirements problem, I think, though. Yeah. Except for... fuck. Okay. So how do I... what do I do to make it clear? I guess maybe I just set it to require one? I just don't like that weird spacing it does. Like, it puts so much space. Fuck it, we will just decide on a skill that is definitely the most important to learn. Let's see, Spire, Earthrend, Tornado, nope. Do I not have? Yeah, no, I only came up with... Oh. I only came up with two air spells. Interesting. Oh. It does kind of bother me. It does kind of bother me, I won't deny that. Alright, so let's... okay, what if I just fucking... What if I just lean into it? What if I just... 2020... like 1080... and then 1910... 1070... I see. That's why we don't do that. Got it. Great. Okay, but now I could do something like this. That sizes everything? Ooh, that's too big. Go with 35. 35 seems good. Okay, okay. I do think I'll need to worry about doing this somehow. The menu is still tiny as shit, though. What about the battle screen? Fight some goblins! They're sailing above the mountains! Why does Alex have elemental paradox? Why does he have umbral rage? Alex, why do you have umbral rage? You are not a berserker. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. Interesting. All right, so much for that then. 160, 151, 153, 156, and 157, 154, and 151. Okay. Guess I'm removing these. It was 162 and 163. Is that what I think it is? Yeah, okay. Delete these now because we're not fucking doing that. Lots of space for barbarian stuff, I guess. Well, for berserker stuff. So back to real quick figuring out what the fuck I'm doing with the main menu. General setting. Command window list. Want to make a Draco Lich character? But how would you? Like, how would you go about it? UI settings. Window settings? Okay. Take a normal dragonborn, make them zombie and necrotic, and give them dark charisma stat. Based. I'm in. I support it. Accuracy boost. Okay. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad. Why is this two different fucking settings? Why? Game, what the fuck? Why is this two different settings? My fucking god! I didn't realize that! I'm so mad! So chat, for context, I was having an issue with a character, with one of my plugins, and the creator of that plugin has been very helpful, and I definitely would like you guys to support him. His name is Hakuen, Hakuen. He's mad chill. In fact, let me pull up his itch.io.
Emotional, damn it!
Please support this motherfucker. This Hakuin has been great. Always very quick to come around and help out. So I was having an issue on a Hakuin's plugin, so I reached out to Hakuin, and Hakuin's like, oh, here, send me the files, I'll look through it. And I noticed how when I deploy my game, it doesn't run my character creation plugin. Well, not plugin, but my event. And I can't figure out why. I don't know what's going on. Why is it not running? Why is it not running? And I'm getting fucking mad. Now, this has nothing to do with Hakuin. I just wanted to point out that Hakuin's awesome and you should support Hakuin. This fucking setting right here, fucking thing, this is under miscellaneous. This is under playtest, and this is the same fucking command. I did not realize that this would only happen in the RPG Maker player. Whereas I have to go down here to do this to get it to work when I deploy the fucking thing. So instead, I have it run a completely different way. And I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. God. Oh my god, I'm so mad about that. Okay. Yep, nope, that didn't change fucking thing. Okay. Time to figure out where all of the settings for this stuff are. General settings. It's gonna take me a while to find settings that actually matter. What if I change this to 2? Does that have any bearing on anything? I'm gonna click new game just to make sure, because sometimes when you load an old oh god. Okay, that's not great. And we're gonna do this to differentiate. Yeah. This is kind of messed up, but if I just drop the text down to like size 30, I think it'd be fine. have to change all that. Okay. So elements and states, or elements and traits I gotta fix. And then, I wonder if I can fix that too. I'm that close to having it a way I like. Set that to 30. And that'll most likely set that up. All right. How do I set this? Actor background. Nope. Command window, variable window. Let's see. I don't know who's mad, but why are we f***ing them? Oh my god. Let's see. I need more control over the what you call it. I need more control over the size of the face on the menu. Actually, is there a way to change the size of the face image? Make it MCP. Where are the script variables? Yeah, we're gonna try something. We're gonna mess with some coding. So let's do... documents. I'm gonna hide some shit for a little bit. I've been getting a lot more comfortable going into the actual coding. Okay, so this isn't the code I need. So let's try objects. Actually, wait, let me... 144. Nope, okay. Okay, not there. How about data? No, it's definitely not going to be in there. Thanks for the head pets, Reggie. System? All right, so what if instead of 144, let's set this... Just test. Let's set this to 200. And now we load up RPG Maker. Hell yeah, we did it! Sort of. Okay, we are getting somewhere, chat. Let's fucking go! Oh, I realize none of you can see what I just did. Well, womp womp, I guess. Okay, so now I need to get into... I need to get into my main menu. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna set this back to face. We're really coming along well. So I'm just gonna remove that. I don't need that anymore. I wonder, actually. I don't think I'm done coding yet. Alt save screen. I'm trying to figure out how to adjust this. Hello, what's up, Mita Corvo? So this is the so RPG Maker MZ comes with a couple of base plugins. This is the save one that comes with it. I'm currently looking at it to try and figure out how to adjust the size of everything. So we're gonna set this just as a test. Again, Disgaea game? No, did it not update my... So I had been playing Disgaea earlier, and which I guess did not want to update my stuff. My Disgaea game was for some reason killing my PC. I still don't know why. It's just something it chooses to do. Okay, so that did work. That lowered the window. I need to make more space over here, though. I want to push these guys apart. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing it. I remember last week I got really mad at it, and then it started working. But like this week, it just did not want to work. So Laharl's too strong, I guess. Mans is just killing my computer. Oh, you know what? I should, after stream, I should look see if I can find Prinny 3D prints. That'd be fun. Let's see. So what if I set this to 175? Hell yeah, we did it. I don't like the fact that it's fucking with the save file, but I'm going to assume that that's just in the RPG Maker. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that you came here for Disgaea and Twitch decided not to update it. Let's see. Hmm. Bottom minus 144. Now let's set it to minus 100. Nope, nope. We gotta go opposite end. Minus 200. There we go. Now the question is, can I make it bigger? Can I make it bigger? That's what I need to figure out now. Do I even have to? What if I... X plus I times 200. So that's not even going to adjust it at all. Okay. So we are getting somewhere. But I can't get it to... I can't get it to draw the entire thing. That's the problem. That is the problem we're having right now, is I can't... Let's see. That's what I want to just really paint the fact that this is the most coding I've done in any RPG Maker project. But honestly, I'm kind of happy with how that came out. I can go ahead and close that. And then I set the system to show exactly oh boy, it's one of these. Only got one thing for face. All right, well, let's look at... if I add that in? Let's take a look at what kind of options we get from it. Changes the layout. Okay. Not what I'm looking for. And we're back to that all being tiny as fuck. Okay. Why? Why is this all tiny again? Also, do I have a crafting plugin? Yes, I do. Get out of here. Oh. See if I can figure out where it draws the face. Go to the core engine. Windows settings. I don't need this. Menu layout settings. Doesn't have that there. Doesn't have that there. Nope, nothing there. I know I adjusted stuff already to get it to work, right? General settings. That should hopefully help with that. I know I saw it before, though. What the fuck? The UI settings? Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Like, it's their menu. And it was showing up just fine before. Right. Old menu setting. I have to load the new menu to see it. It's here, it's fine. There, it's fine. What if I do a new game? Really have to fix this. Go with a different hairstyle in general. Well, that took a moment to load in. Fuck, what did I skip? That's still not changing. That's also not changed. Okay. None of these work. Okay. Do I have an image that is the perfect size? Is the question. I can't believe I'm about to do what I do. What I'm about to do. Excuse me. Where is... Oh, parallaxes. There we go. Excuse me. God damn. Fuck. Oh. Let's see if it actually fucking worked. Okay, I was expecting it to be the right fucking size. God damn it. Image, size. Perfect. Oh, that's fucking great. Oh, that's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. Anyway. I will have to redo that image at some point as well. But that's fine. What sucks is I actually really need to refine the fucking setting for the menus. Yes, thank you for the victory, Reggie. Rope bombs and lamp oil? What? Ugh. Let's see. Shit. No. Here we go. 2 and 7. Okay. And then is the status. I know that this is somewhere that has. I don't even have to actually get into the. Hi, Owl. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to adjust these. I need to make these bigger. And I'm pretty sure it's in here. How's it going so far? Not going too bad. I've actually gotten a lot of work done, surprisingly. But now I'm fucking lost for Font size used for trait set description. How do I have this set? I have this set to 35. Yeah, you can have the first fucking, I don't care. Nope, still did not fucking change them. These have changed. Yay, thank you. All right, so I have to find the setting for these. These are where we have a problem. I know why those are so small. I know why those are so small, and I hate myself. I know why those haven't changed size. Well, time to sit here and do this again. I completely forgot I fucking did this. I completely forgot about this. I need to sit here and do this for all of them again.
Bonger?
Bonger, bonger, bong, 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 bong. Yeah, this is why you should have someone to work with you on stuff. This is why you should always have somebody who you can be like, hey, I don't want to deal with this problem. Can you just pop in there real quick and handle this tedium, and I'll handle your tedium, and just kind of trade tediums a little bit so you get a little bit of something else going on. Exactly. I just need someone like that for coding. Someone I can be like, hey, can you just do all 18 of these for me? Sadly, I don't have someone like that. Because they would need RPG Maker MZ. I'm pretty sure technically, like, it's one thing that's kind of annoying. I think technically one of the plugins that I use, like one of the companies, because I use a couple of different groups. That's the word, groups, not companies. I'm pretty sure one of the groups is like, oh, also you need to buy the plugin once for each active coder you have on your team or some shit. And I'm like, what? Why? It's a joint project. Ah, tedium. Ah, for real, for real. I'd be so annoyed if I do this and the word wrap problem starts up again. All right, home stretch. Let's go. Theorizing they get a percentage of the sale. Well, no, so they don't get a. So it's not that they get a percentage sale, because like it's whoever, like these groups are, you know, you make it. Whatever money I spend on it, you get. I genuinely think it's just because some plugins can go for a lot. Like some plugins are like $30. So it's one of those things where, like, let's say I have a team of 5 people and your plugin is $30 and I need to buy it for everybody on the team. That means you just made $150 because I want to use your plugin. Hello, Heroic
Welcome
Zephyr.
in, Heroic Zephyr. Enjoy your time in the Slimelings.
Alright, let's try this again. Again. Again, this isn't shifting like it's supposed to, but oh, fuck's sake. And this means I don't have to update my deity descriptions. Yes! Actually, let's check the real problem, child. Traits. Oh, I can't change the traits again. Type of game. So it is a JRPG. My goal with the game is I want it to be... so for me, I want it to be a game that I am going to, like, the kind of games that I want to play. Don't check on you. But yeah, it's like, I'm aiming for the kind of games where I want to play. And I know, like, I'm definitely being hyper ambitious. Because, like, I want to... games I love are, like, Final Fantasy VI, you know, Golden Sun, stuff like that. So I'm aiming for a game that's, like, that level of expansive. I'm trying to go for, like, a really nice job system that I have been putting way too much thought into. Skill system that I've been putting too much thought into. Basically, I've been putting too much thought into most of it. And I'm fine with that. I like that. I've got a lot that I plan to do with this. Anyway. Common events, trait creation. No, game start, that's what I need. So why is it that when you already have a trait... Got it. Found it, that's why. It is a solo project. I have a bunch of plugins that I've purchased, thankfully, so a lot of it has been simplified for me. Primarily, I use a lot of Stella, but I also have Hackuin, somebody whose plugins I've purchased. I have a plugin that I did write specifically that just stores stores the damage as a variable. I was a little bit lazy about, but it's fine. Let's grab the problem child deity is Vesa, I believe. And then I just gotta decide the rest of these. I don't think any of those are a problem. I'm pretty sure it's just the deities that have stupidly long descriptions that are a problem. Do I have a break there? I'll have to look at Vesa's thing. Let's change from Vesa to I think Aaron was a little long. Usually lurk in the RPM section Twitch. You are free to ask any questions you want. I'm not an expert, but I do love RPG Maker, and I love a lot of what I can do with it. So I am always willing to, and if there are questions about like my game, I am way too willing to talk about it sometimes. I've even had people tell me like, hey, don't you think you're telling people a little too much of what you're doing? Okay, so I gotta see if Vesa has a break in the thing. So, nope, that's the wrong section. There we go. Let's see. Deity. There we go. Great set list. Vesa, word wrap. Yep, there is one. Let's see, deity. Like RPGM, because I was able to. It's always more an artist than a coder. I think by the time, if you are done with the project, most people forget what happens unless it's like, yeah, I that's what I'm kind of hoping. Like at most, by talking at least about the system, is I'm hoping people are excited for that, and then they sit down to the story and they're like, oh my god. See, for me, like I can't say I'm more of an artist. I have been learning to do art for my project, and like I'm sitting down and pushing through a lot of it, and doing, I would say, fairly well. I actually would say I was more of a coder, because at least that's something I've learned and mostly self-taught. But with this project, I've actually gotten a lot deeper into coding. Like if you were here like 30 minutes ago, you'd have seen I actually had RPG Maker's like core coding in Visual Code Studio, because I didn't like the fact it was cutting my face images. Problem is that one of the plugin groups I use doesn't like people messing with their coding. They literally make it impossible to do, and that kind of kills me. But it's fine. God, I love cookies. But I think RPG Maker falls into this category of game making program that I think is almost a necessity within the world. And that is that it gives you enough of a starting point to see if you really want to be a game designer. And then from that starting point, you can try and push yourself further. like I had gotten my start on, what is it, the Yo-Yo Games Game Maker or whatever, back in high school. I had gotten my start on that, and it's a cool little program. I like it. But of course, I prefer RPGs to platformers and such, so it wasn't really working for me as much as I wanted it to. RPG Maker's definitely a big thing, and I've even talked about how maybe my next project I might even step out of RPG Maker and try and do all of the coding myself on like Godot, but that's a future project problem. What was I doing? I forgot. Oh god, I forgot what I was doing. Alright, so I want to see. Okay, yeah, so I have the loop. So that's why that works differently. Got it. So we're gonna fix this. Wait. Wait. Hmm. That might be interesting. Go ahead and add all this back in. Is that really all the entire reason why that was working the weird way? Not coding yourself's a big undertaking. People use Godot, start with some kind of template, don't feel bad for lessening the burden. Oh yeah, like this is a project I've kind of accepted, like this project, especially because I'm doing everything on my own, and you know, well, not everything. I'm doing a lot of the grunt work on my own. I have plugins. I have, at the very least, I have a character base that I own, and I've been drawing everything on top of that. Music, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the music. I don't know if I'm gonna try and make my own, or if I'm gonna use music files that I own that are like I have licenses for. I don't know. But like, I know that with the level of effort I'm putting into this on my own, this is gonna take me a long time. The game is like a completed result of multiple stopping faults that were 100%. Like there are definitely times where like, and honestly my issue is I have had issues where like I will create I'll create like a what's the word, like a base for what I'm doing, enough to be able to give players like a demo to sit down and do. And I remember my last project, I had gotten a demo that I was happy with, and I'd sent it out to a couple of people. And I got a lot of positive feedback on it, and then like I had one person who like eviscerated it. And they had eviscerated it with so much logic that it genuinely it kneecapped my like my want to work on the project. I kind of just didn't want to do it anymore because I didn't want to think about all of the stuff that I would have to fix to make that person happy, because like some of the stuff was fundamental to what I was doing. Maybe at some point I'll sit down and I'll like, because at some point I want to get back to that project and make it what it was supposed to be. And if I do, maybe I'll sit down and I'll actually do the playtest on stream. I gotta see if it's like actually fixed or not. I don't remember if it's broken. But it was like it's a game based on a cyberpunk campaign I was writing, and I had decided I wanted to make an actual game about. Oops, sorry, Admiral. Okay. Where was I? What was I working on? I started this working on states, and then I was like, oh, let's test the state. Oh, I don't like that. Let's update the UI. Oh, don't like that. Let's update this. Oh, don't like that. Let's update this. And now here I am. Losing my damn mind. Message with normal. Why is that so low? Like, that's definitely not pixels. That was 13 less. So 87. Nope. Still didn't adjust that. Okay. Peak is a difficult balance. Your average gamer. Oh yeah, no, like this was people who I trusted, like people who I was on good terms with, and I had only sent it to like a few people. It's just one of them, like, so all of them were like, okay, you know, here's things I like, here's things I dislike, things that need to be, things you may want to adjust, things you may want to not, things you may want to like. I was getting a fair bit of feedback, maybe like 1 to 2 lines per anything that had to be done, but this one person was sending like 2 or 3 paragraphs explaining why I shouldn't do X, Y, or Z. And it was to the point where, like, some of what they were saying, I was like, I see, but I disagree on that. But there's so much, like, supported in what they did. Like, they were citing sources away from being able to submit it as a college thesis. Which was, you know, like I said, it just kind of became its own problem, because it just tore apart everything about the game that I really liked and thought was unique for the game. So yeah, it was its own problem, and I plan on going back to fix it and finish it. But I think this project, when I finish this one, that's going to be the proof to myself I can do it. And then that project is going to be the proof that I can continue to do it. That's the other thing. I realized, like, yes, I want these games to be ones that people want to play and people love and people enjoy. And, you know, I've even said, like, I have this stupid ambition where I want to create games that, you know, maybe give someone the feeling I've gotten from some games like Golden Sun and Final Fantasy VI, you know. Again, 2 of my favorite JRPGs. And I know I'm not going to hit that crowd really easily. I know it's going to be an excessive amount of work and planning and I kind of have hiccups, which I hate. But I also know that the only way to get there is to sit down and just do the work, you know? That's what I'm doing. Sitting down, I'm putting in that work, and I will accomplish what I wanted to do as a kid. Really just encourage people to make the game they want. Yeah, and there are definitely some design decisions I am making that are like, well, this probably isn't the best decision I can make, but it's the decision I want to make. And, you know, and people will either like it or they won't. Oh, thank you, Owl. But yeah, like it's gonna be those things like there is nothing out there that exists for everybody. You know, you get 50 people in a room and you give them all what you think is the greatest dish on the planet, and some of them are gonna be like, meh. And some of them will be like, this is greatest. Yes. And some people will just be like, yes, good. I like it. I'm eating it. I'll have another one if you got it. You know, it's the old saying, different strokes for different folks. Everybody has their own things they like, and trying to internalize that is okay. That it's okay to go, hey, you know what? I'm making this game for me. I'm making this game because I want it. I wish I knew where the coding for the messages was. Apparently not in message core. Default message window width in pixels. Maybe I should just have it smaller like this. Maybe I should just accept that.
Bruh.
Like, it's not the worst. It's not the worst that it'll be like that. If anything, that means that stuff on the sides of the screen will be visible. Well, let's look at the coding anyway. Dungeon core, data. No, not data. JS. Gonna be objects? Game object class for the state of the message window that displays text. Okay, here's what I'm looking. Base image, background, some input. This is definitely not going to get me what I'm looking for. Let's see. Width of the window, the display area, height of the window, the display area. Window in the game. Of the window for scrolling. No. This is all still for the base game itself. Okay. Try the manager. Handles terms and messages. Text manager, yes. That's what I want. I think. I think that's what I'm looking for. Is the text manager. You have a new insult you're gonna use? What's the insult? What I'm looking for. Okay. Window? Maybe? Ugh. Actor level, no. Get your $5 ass down before I gotta make a change. In this economy, being worth $5, not bad. Yeah, and I don't think text manager is what I'm looking for. Doing homework and hating it? Yeah, that unfortunately sounds about right. So we got the name box. Isn't what I want. Hmm. Ah, here we go. Feel like it's got to be here somewhere. Spacing. Gotta be a draw button, like a draw somewhere in here. Let's see, start input is triggered. All right, so that's all I have is draw message face. We're getting somewhere though, chat. We're getting somewhere. Surely one of these. Try this one. CSS maybe? Just error message. only one that is in the CSS. Got it. Okay, it has to be in one of these then. But I've checked all of these. I have genuinely checked all of them, and I don't have any idea anymore. Yeah, basically. Graphics.bauxite. Is that maybe what I should look for? What about width? What if I change this? Okay. So this is the first indication of that. Got it. Back to the Visual Studio Editor. Yeah, that's the fucking mood. That is the mood. I feel like I've already looked in this one though. We're all seeing shop theme. My phone is dying. I have it plugged in. Ugh. So what kills me is I see the graphics.box width, but I don't see what the original value of it is. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to accept that for now. I might troll around a little bit and see if I can find a way to adjust that later. I'm getting away from what I'm trying to do. And I don't like losing to the ADHD. We are up to, I believe, Archmage? Yes. States 5 Archmage. God, I fucking hope these work properly. I haven't tested any of this coding. Catalytic search. Stick affinity. Hi, Lament. Arcane armor piercing. Powerful mana channeling. Output. Go with unstable, actually. I like unstable unstable mana output. And then high attunement. High attunement. Fires level 15. Surprisingly, these cost a metric ton. Mystic affinity is add these backwards. Man, really excited to figure out what that one does. That makes it cost so much. Catalytic surge. Okay, and then Mystic Affinity. What the fuck does this one do? That's all this one does? Which actually no, I guess that's pretty big because that means that some spells cost like 15 to 17 less. Whoop. And like with passives, you're gonna have to do a lot of choosing. At the moment, I don't have it too high of an amount. Like you start with 5, and then you get another one every, I think it's 3 levels. And then I only have it up to level 50. So 48 is the last one you get. I think mathematically that gives you 21 equip points. It'd be cool if it would calculate it based on all of the class levels that you've spent. I think that'd be really cool. But I don't know how to set that. Maybe I'll look into it. But how much is the magic penetration? 10%. Okay. Hello, Izumilia. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome in. Welcome in. I love that emote so much. Saw your description thing, was very interested by it. Which description? Which descriptions got your attention? I'm sorry. I type a lot of stuff. Is it the Prinny's killed frames? Was that the thing? Oh, you're a friend of Zephyr's. Okay. Anyway, 10%. The status effect description? Oh, you mean down here? Oh, so right now what I'm coding are actually passives. These are things that you as a player are going to be able to buy while you're playing the game. Like, with the in-game skill point. Oh, the help description? Yeah, that is from the Visustella stuff. I'm going to ignore magical defense. Unstable mana output. Parameter. PP charge rate 200%. Yeah, I've kind of spent a lot of money on Visustella stuff. I have. I'm not even using all of it, but for Visustella alone, I have the 8 Waves collection, Battletech Volume 3 and 4, Custom Construct Volume 1 and 4, Dungeon Divers Volume 2, Grande, Voice Acting Control, Message Keyword, Conditional Random Encounters, Hospital Shop, and Wanderlust Volume 1. I don't spend money without reason. I promise. I'll plug in like that in MV. It was free. You would have a notepad filing your project. It's all state description in it. To be fair, I feel like there is a help, like a description in maybe the base MZ stuff, but the passive stuff is definitely paid for. Have most Visu plugins, except the ones that I really didn't need, like the visual novel ones. Same. God, the amount of times I have like I can't even use the save plugin because it conflicts with my character generator, so I can't use it. And I even have their character generator plugin, and I can't use it because it conflicts with the other character generator I have. Because the other character generator at least lets you like design the character, and then theirs just lets you put all the traits and such, which I'm easily able to code. I did. So like, Stella, please unobfuscate your code. We're not gonna steal it. We're just gonna work around it. Please. The problem with the MV version is that the player is forced to use a mouse to view them. Someone's on controller, they would miss out on the whole. Interesting. I know in MZ there's a keywords one where like certain words will show up in a different color, and if you hover the mouse over them it gives you a description, but it has the same problem. If you're on a controller, you lose out. This is a passive that you'll only really understand if you look at the Archmage skills. Oh god, what is this one? High attunement? Is this the Echo? I have to look at that code. This may be another one that I might have to skip out on. How does Stella handle this problem? So these ones specifically, these are a little bit different because, as I said, those are all passives. Ignore the fact that my character is naked. So these are all passives. So you'll actually notice they show up top. Give me a bunch of levels. Let me go to one of the classes that actually matters. Let's go to who has a bunch? Wave Warden. Good, these are all working properly. So you'll notice these all show up here. As for the no maps, so right now, so what I'm doing with this project is I'm not touching any mapping, any story writing, any like, well, no, I'm doing story writing, but like I'm not putting any story stuff into RPG Maker until I have all of the backend as sorted out as I can. Like I'll start like, I'll still have it set up where, like, oh, I have to tweak this, I have to adjust that, with one exception. You'll notice these things that say container maps. These are for the RPG Maker MZ plugin procedural map generation. So I have it set up here. I have no encounters set up at the moment. But yeah, the map will generate itself. This is how all of my dungeons are going to be done. God, I really gotta figure out how to fucking fix that sound. That sound annoys the shit out of me. But yeah, so this is where all my mapping is done. And I've only done that because of the fact that without the procedural maps, my game kind of has an issue. So I justified the coding aspect of that to learn how to do everything else. But in that I have a debug map where I test everything else. Got these maps where I can go through and actually explore things. And yeah. Saw Dungeon Generator plugin before. Might be different though. The other one was segmented into part. Well, that's the thing. Like, so this one is. I just have them minimized. So you can see it, but and then the game just takes those parts and just goes, all right, you know, well, we need these two exits to combine, so we put those together. We need these to combine, so we put those together. You know, it builds a map based on those, and then in the container map, these are events that can randomly spawn. Ignore this guy. So we got treasure chests, we've got a fountain for healing. This is something relevant specifically to my game. These are gathering nodes because one of the classes specifically uses items to use their skills. So some of the items are going to be really easy to find. Although, that does remind me, I do actually have to test one thing. Alright, Alex. Do you still have rage for some reason? I'm gonna have to fix this. Why do you still have rage? I'm trying to make something like this without the use of a plugin. Perhaps using variables to determine which map is used, and just create a bunch of duplicates of the types of maps that will be used. So honestly, you probably would need to program some kind of base plugin, because you need to be able to make sure that every time the player goes from one map to the next. Here. Bruh. Just give me 1 second. 'Cause I have an idea of the way, like, because it's one of those things where where's the a pre-size? No? Okay. So, like, let's say you have a bunch of rooms. You got this room right here, which is gonna... And then... Yeah, 4x4. Yeah, because you want to make sure that when a player like, let's say the player spawns in this room. So we'll just put a green here. You need to make sure that this area, which I will mark with red, you need to make sure that these match up with another another room that at the very least has, you know, this red. Because if these don't line up, like let's say that this room decides to go to this room, and let's say this, you have water. So when the player steps here, it puts them on water, which then bugs things out and keeps them from being able to move, or it just completely blocks them, and now they're stuck here. So you need to make sure that that code says, oh, players in, you know, this zone needs a zone to match up that goes right here. And then the map, what it does is it can take this information, go, okay, so these have to link up. And then let's say you have this. You know, this tells the player it goes here, goes here, goes through here, and pops out here. And then you can basically set it where, like, all right, so let's say I have, you know, like, okay, so now I have these. So when the player goes here, it'll either generate this room or this room. And then from there, it knows, all right, well, the player's here. So this is the only other exit they can go. So it has to go somewhere like this. I really hope this makes more sense than it should. Like, I don't have a great way of explaining it, but you always need to make sure that the bridges make sense. That's why I use the Vistula one. I can explain the theory behind what you need to make happen. I cannot tell you how to make it happen, unfortunately, because I don't know. Unfortunately, I am not that good at coding yet. There's probably tutorials on how to do it. Just you'll likely need to write the plugin if you aren't going to use a pre-established one, which if you do, more power to you, full support. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to see plugins that aren't obfuscated that do exactly this kind of thing, but I'm sure you could figure it out. Right, I was looking at these. I need skills and states, that's what I need. State settings, passive states. Alright, so I'm gonna delete all of those. Action sequence battle done right inside the map itself. No battle system needed. I'm sorry that it was abandoned, but that sounds cool as hell. Make sure the traits all look good. Nothing overlaps, nothing crosses lines. Everything's a show choice type menu. Ooh. Okay. You're the goblin fighter. Okay. Really need to work on this menu. Turning off the icons, that'll solve most of my problem. Hi, Shania, you're tired? I'm sorry to hear that. Probably polish that better if I used common events to keep track of the event without having to look in the massive wall of events. Yeah, getting common events to do what you need. Um, Yep. Hi, Kana. We're just gonna. I'm just, I'm so curious if this is gonna actually do what I need it to. Scope was going too far. I had to make sure everything worked properly and every skill was able to. Oh yeah, no, like I can definitely see the complication in it. But that's also the kind of battle system that, like, once you have it set, like, you could easily duplicate that stat or that you could easily, like, duplicate that over to other projects. I don't like the fact it's still using. Okay.
Shinionko just said hydrate or die straight.
Thank you for the hydrate. I see y'all are really leaning into the bunger.
Nice, very nice.
Owl bunger. God damn it. Yeah, but I mean that just sounds like the side view stuff because, and again, like just stuff I'm used to with MZ with the Visucella stuff. Fun animations. But like stuff like that is, and I want Borger, same. Stuff like that, if you can get it working, is so good. Concept was basically side view action sequence, but instead happens on the map. I love that. That sounds awesome. It's gotta be this. Oh, wait. Okay, okay. Hold on. Hold on. It's so hard to tell what I can test this way and what I can test the other way. Kinda getting somewhere, right? I feel like that was shorter before. Yeah, if you want, Izu, you can go to my Discord. I have a channel called Game Maker's Paradise. Feel free. Like how Alice just print. I'm not printing digi eggs. God, do you not even pay attention to the Discord, Reggie? I know you're in there. I'm starting to think that this might not be bigger than it was. Hold on. Oh wait, no, I can't do it this way. I have to do it. No, they're fucking people. No, Reggie. The real mommy mon was out. Oh my god. Let's see what this looks like. Yep, nope, that didn't change it at all. Got it. Great. Can't find the channel? Make sure you react to the rules. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. All right, so this isn't changing the fucking window size at all. Which makes me think that this is not what I'm looking for. Battle system OTB. Oh, wait, maybe I have to OTB to fuck with it. Hmm. So I have it on default. What is... Of course, there's no fucking default. Uh... Does this maybe help? Oop, nope. Nope, that ain't it. Try this. All right, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. In portrait style. No. Not border. Goblins are flying? Yeah, they are. They are zooming. They've been heated. Nope, that also is not what I want. Fine. Front view battle UI. That's Dungeon Delvers Series 1. Got it. Wait, what? I don't have that plugin. Are you fucking? Great. Which one's the side view in? The side view is a turn 8 waves, but not the front view. Okay. Yep. Okay. Alright, well, so much of that then. Yeah. Image manager dot facing. Hell yeah, I'm gonna watch them after stream because I think that's the time to watch them, but you have such cool emotes. Nope, that is exactly the same. Okay. Alright, what am I doing wrong? Where can I adjust this? I might have to mess with this off stream to figure it out. Chat, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry that Disgaea wound up not happening. Genuinely, I want to play Disgaea, but the game doesn't want to work. I don't know why. I don't know why it hates my computer. Maybe I'll set up, maybe I'll try and download it on my other desktop, or on my other laptop. Then I wouldn't be able to maintain the save file. Of course, thanks for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. In the meantime, let's figure out where we're going, and then I will wrap up. See. So many options. Oh, hey, here we go. That's right, chat. Today is the last day, by the way, to get 5% off of Alyss and Dusty merch with code NOSTALGIAVember 2025. Just go to alyssandusty.com. So this is going to my friend, well, to a good friend of the channel, Double Danger Dad. He's mad chill, very friendly. Also very welcoming, so make sure to give him some
Thanks
love
for
when we get
joining
there.
the Slimelings.
Thank you so much for the follow, Izu. I hope to see you again soon. Next stream will be Tuesday. I don't know what we're doing. Might just do more Left 4 Dead. But thank you everybody so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye.